What's going on here?
Ah, gee, what's the big idea, Uncle Popeye? You spoiled our 4th of July.
Listen, kids, fireworks is too dangerous. I'm gonna see that you has a safe and sane 4th of July.
Who wants to be safe? Yeah, and who wants to be sane?
Just a minute, kids, and we'll all play some nice games.
Come on, Uncle Pop, let's play baseball.
That's a good game. Let's go. Okay, boys, here comes me famous Dipsky Doodle drop pitch. Strike one.
Come on, let's get our fireworks and have some real fun.
These hot dogs will be barking in a minute. We're gonna have a nice drive in the country.
That's swell, Uncle Popeye.
And away we go, boys. I hope you kids is enjoying the countryside. It's beautiful. Why, them rascals, they double-crossed me. Look out!
is fun. Yeah, it's safer than shooting off fireworks.
Look, Solid, a ship.
Oh, Popeye! Now I can go home and watch television. Popeye, where is everybody?
Ahoy! Any swabs aboard?
You! Anybody home?
Blimey, mateys! We've been boarded!
Don't worry, Olive. I can get us back to civilization.
Back to civilization? After all these years? They can't do this to us. I say, we've got to get rid of them.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
Popeye! Help! Popeye! Help! Popeye! Drowning!
You're okay now, Olive. I'll go steer the ship.
There's something very fishy about this ship.
But Olive, there's no such thing as ghosts. Ow, ow, ouch, ouch, Stop! Lost the blighted!
Throw them to the blooming fish!
The blight is gone.
He's disappeared, he has.
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
There are some people who believe in ghosts, and there are some people who don't. If you're the believe in ghosts kind, then this story is about one. And if you're the don't believe in ghosts kind, well, just for fun, this story is about one anyway. His name was Casper, and he was surely the most unusual ghost there ever was, or wasn't, depending on how you feel about it. Every night, at the stroke of 12, his brothers and sisters scampered out joyously to frighten the folk of the neighborhood. But not Casper. He'd rather stay home and not frighten people, which goes to show how unusual he really was.
Wake up, Casper! Time to scare people!
Casper just doesn't like to scare people. Guess it sounds sort of silly, but, well, he'd just rather make friends with them. Ages, and Casper just couldn't stand it any longer. So, Casper decided to leave home, to seek new environments where he might forget he's a ghost and make friends with the world.
My name is Casper. Do you want to play with us? You mean me? You wanna play with me? Mother, meet our new friend Casper. Hello.
Somebody, get that ghost out of here! Don't you come near us! Go on home! You go on where you belong!
Tell your mother I've come for payment of the mortgage. A ghost! The house is haunted! Keep the mortgage!
I'll never be nothing but a scary old ghost without any friends.
So, if you're the believe in ghost stories kind, this is what happened. And if you're the don't believe in ghost stories kind, well, this is what happened anyway.
My name's Casper. How would you like to... Gosh, some animals are so sensitive.
I sure wish I could get rid of the cold. Good morning, Mr. Peacock.
Good morning, Wheezy.
Golly, they look like real friendly little fellas.
Ah, it's that pest Wheezy again.
no way to be friendly.
Look out!
Hello, Wheezy. My name's Casper.
Hello, Casper.
Say, that sneeze got you into a peck of trouble.
Yeah. Casper. Nobody wants to be...
Golly, we've got to figure out a way to stop your sneezing.
Do you really think you can?
This ought to do the trick.
Gee, thanks, Casper. Achoo!
This little feather all the time that was making you sneeze, Wheezy.
Hooray! I'm never going to sneeze again. I'm never going to sneeze again. I'm never going to sneeze again. I sure was lucky to meet you, Casper.
Look, Wheezy. You just gotta sneeze and blow out that fire.
I can't do it, Casper.
A feather, that's it.
let me down, will ya?
Good morning. What's the matter, Annabelle? Don't you feel well? Aren't you happy? I know what's wrong with you. You're lonesome. I'll get you a little playmate. Never mind. I'll get you a little playmate yet. Did you see any goldfish come this way?
No, I didn't see any goldfish come this way.
But I saw some go this way, and that way, and this way.
Did you see any goldfish come this way?
No.
Calling all cars, calling all cars, calling all cars, calling all cars.
You were going to cook him and eat him, huh?
But I don't.
Silence! Silence! How would you like to be put in a hot frying pan and cooked until you were nice and brown? On both sides, how would you like to be somebody's dinner? How would you like to be my dinner?
But I don't eat fish.
Then what were you going to do with him?
I wanted to give him a nice home with my pet goldfish. But I got a home.
A good idea. Come along with me. Bless you, my children. Good luck and goodbye.
Now are you happy, Annabelle? And how?
This afternoon we're riding to nature and me. We laugh and play, it keeps us gay. Nature and me. A big eye like me belongs where little birdies sing their song. Skies are blue the whole day through for nature and me.
But the odds were against me. Giants were coming at me from all directions. But was I afraid? Not old King Cole. With one mighty stroke of my trusty sword, I slew them all. The door! Answer the door! Methinks my royal subjects are not as brave as their brave king. I'll answer the door. Who's there?
Help! Help! Come in! Help!
Well, what's your name?
I'm Felix the cat. Who are you?
I'm old King Cole, the merry old soul, and not afraid of anything.
Not even lightning?
Not even lightning. Why, I remember one storm when 10,000 bolts of lightning...
Methinks yon royal braggart is unusually windy today.
...sounded in my ear.
He giveth me a royal pain in the neck.
And wild elephants. But was I afraid? Not old King Cole. I'm not afraid of anything.
Get off the air.
What was that?
The ghost!
I don't believe in ghosts.
Neither do we.
What sayest we take the wind out of yon windbag?
Let's give him to White. Come on, fellers.
Brag, brag, brag. Talking, talking, bragging, bragging all the growing, always growing. Yeah, 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 yeah. You talk too much, you talk too much, you never shut up, you talk too much. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're talking, 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 talking all the time. You brag too much, you brag too much, you never shut up, you brag too much. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're bragging, 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 bragging all the time. We'll take the wind out of this windbag.
I was surrounded by 1,000 lions, but was I afraid? Not me.
Now we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see if he can take it.
Now we'll give you a dose of your own medicine.
But was I afraid? That old King Go!
Dropping the wildcat, I grabbed my pocket knife and watched at the toward me.
Take it away! Take it away! I'll never do it again! Take it away! I can't stand it!
49 elephants. Applying my knife to left and right, and leaving a trail of wounded beasts in my wake. By the time we reached the middle of the desert, there were only 3 elephants left. I caught them all 3 at once. And was I afraid? Not me. I'm not afraid of anything. My voice. My arm. Just strangled with my bare hand. Suddenly, sounded in my ears. I saw the wild elephant. Dropping the wildcat, I grabbed my pocket knife and pointed at the leader. He charged toward me, dared to run with his tusks. But was I afraid?
Hooray! We win!
Beaten by the might of the fearless King Kong. I'm not afraid of anything.
You said it.
Well, we show the Who's boss around here. We're not afraid of anything, we're not afraid at all. We're not afraid of anything, we're not afraid at all. My boy, for your bravery in protecting your king, I crown thee Prince Felix.
We're not afraid, are we?
Not old King Cole.
Not Felix the cat.
All right, we gotta get busy. Clean this place up before the new tenants come in. Right, you are so right. Well, then go ahead. Right, you are so right.
Now take it easy.
Give me a hand with this ladder here.
Which hand?
Put it on that. What do you mean? Oh. Now you see what you did? Get out of here! Who threw that bomb?
Oh, Napoleon, you're a mess, ain't you, boy? Well, we'll get you make you look nice, 'cause I know I read all about you. Got a little right there.
Now, Nappy, was that nice? And you used to be my favorite general. You're going to get in trouble doing that. I hate you. Oh, let me see. What's this over here? Well, my. Is there something in there? Is there, huh? Is there? Oh, don't hurt us, Mr. Armour. We didn't do it. We didn't do anything honest. No.
I know you didn't, Mo. It's me, some joke, eh?
Some joke, yeah. Funny. Why, you... Oh. Why don't you take it off? You're liable to get cooked under this thing here.
Yeah.
What's that thing?
It's a mace.
Oh, I'll mace you in a minute. I wasn't really scared.
You weren't?
I don't even know the meaning of the word fear.
Well, that sounds pretty stupid if you ask me.
I didn't ask you.
Oh.
All I'm doing is asking you to sit back and watch us face real danger.
Yeah.
All right, Frizzletop, give me a hand with this thing.
Oh, I hope this works.
You got any last words? Comments to make, Featherbrain?
Yeah. How do I get out of this?
Never mind. Let's get this thing off the ground. Stand by for takeoff. Contact.
Contact. Oh!
Pump, you knucklehead. Well, back to the old bicycle shop.
Yeah.
Ready for blast off?
Do I have a choice?
Contact and cut her loose. It's obvious to me we need a pilot.
And a new bicycle.
Careful with that gas, lunkhead.
You know, if this thing works, we can call it a blimpsicle.
And if it doesn't work, you get a bopsicle. Okay, you jughead, start pumping.
We'll be famous.
We'll build 1,000,000 of them.
Yeah, this is progress. Nothing can stop us.
We might get some competition from the railroads.
I don't get the connection.
Hurley just did.
Oh, well, you can't win them all.
We can't win none of them.
Back to the old bicycle shop. You think we're up high enough?
Knock it off, will you? That kind of talk will give aviation a bad name.
I'm ready. Okay, I got the pilot's checklist right here. Feet on pedals. Ouch! Safety belt fastened. Ouch! Seat adjusted for takeoff. Ooh!
Wait a minute, lame brain. You're supposed to say check. Why do you keep saying ouch?
Somebody left the tack on the bicycle seat.
Stand by for launch.
Good, I'm hungry.
I mean this, you bubble brain.
Here we go again.
We knock ourselves out to invent a machine that flies, and along come a couple of wise guys and grab all the glory. Come on, I got an idea.
There's a dangerous statement.
Well, there's that doggy hawk.
And there's those Wright brothers. They're taking off.
Strange.
How can they fly without bicycle power?
Come on, you jugheads. Pump faster. Pump faster.
It's no use. They're too fast for us.
Oh, yeah? Get out your secret power, Curly.
Aye, aye, sir.
What the heck was that contraption, Wilbur?
One of those newfangled jets, Orville.
No need to worry, Wilbur. They'll never catch on. Mo. Oh, Larry's making funnies again, eh? I'll show him a thing or two or three. Come out of there.
Oh, boy. Is Mo going to give it to you when you get out of there?
Oh, boy. Wait a minute. If you're out here, how could you be in... Hey, Mo. Hey, Mo.
Don't bother me.
No, but this is...
Come on, leave me alone. Play games with me, huh? Yeah!
It says here, separate 2 eggs. 2 eggs. There you are. How's that? That far enough?
Very good. Very good.
Now, loaf of bread, well soaked. Loaf of bread, well soaked. The job well done. You. Next, a can of tomatoes. Tomatoes, coming up. Hey, out there. Can of tomatoes. Hey. What? What's the matter with you? Oh, tomatoes. You out of your mind? What? You want to poison somebody? Ah. Very good. Half dozen oysters.
Half dozen oysters coming up.
Half a dozen oysters. Good. Now, that's it. Okay? I'll take it to the oven. Now, wait a minute. Everything you guys touch, you ruin. I don't want anything to happen to this bird, so let me handle it.
We'll let you handle it.
Now, let me handle it. I said let me handle it.
Turkey overboard!
Later's down there and the guy's cook.
There goes our turkey dinner. We ought to stuff you. Every time, one way or another, we always wind up behind the 8 ball.
You're ugly. Do you hear me? Ugly. You are so ugly. You are ugly. I must get rid of that leech. He makes my whole pet shop ugly. If this plan fails, I will quit and go back to New Jersey.
Step on it, knuckleheads. We'll be late for the movie.
I'd sure hate that. They're showing a cartoon.
I like cartoons.
Gentlemen, you have won first prize. Hooray! Hooray! You are so lucky.
Prize? How come we get a prize?
Yeah, what we do?
We didn't even enter the contest.
You win because you are the last persons to walk by my shop. Therefore, you get first prize.
How about that?
I just love winning contests.
Here you are. Oh, you are so lucky. Just bring the ticket to my store this afternoon.
We won!
Just plain luck, that's what it was.
Hold it. We don't have any idea what kind of prize we won.
Hey, that's right. What do we win?
Let's go ask the pet shop man.
Say, mister, we were just wondering.
Yeah, just wondering.
What is it that we won?
You have won a genuine Dino Poodi. Goodbye and farewell again.
Gosh, a real dippy-ding-ding.
That's dinner Poodi, you knucklehead.
Hold it. We don't have any idea what the heck a dinner Poodi is.
Hey, that's right.
Well, back to the pet shop man.
Say, mister, we were just wondering.
Yeah.
What's a dinner Poodi?
Yeah. Isn't she beautiful? And she's all yours. Congratulations.
Let's get out of here, you bubble brain.
Wow, that's some prize.
A prize nightmare. Shoosh. Curly Joe, for being fatter than an elephant, you've just won a dinner party.
What phenomenal luck.
Here you go, Larry. You win because you got curly hair.
Oh, no, you don't. I don't accept used winning tickets.
Oh, no, you don't. Poof. Oh, no, you don't. Poof. Oh, yeah? Poof.
You guys are a real comedy team. Hey, look, a cute little old granny lady.
That gives me an idea. Congratulations, Grandma. You just won first prize. You now own the world-famous dinner Poodi.
Oh, goody. I just love winning prizes.
Excuse me, ma'am. Do I understand it correctly that you own a dinner Poodi?
I just won it, Sonny.
Well, I represent the city zoo, and we would like to offer you, in exchange for your pet, $25,000.
By doggies, you got yourself a deal.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. You contributed greatly to our zoological collection.
It's a pleasure, Sonny.
You knuckle-nosed boo brain. She got $25,000 for our pet.
Don't yell at us.
Yeah.
You gave her our ticket.
It's all your fault.
My fault?
Oh,
Well,
it's
he
your
gave the-
fault.
he gave the one that I
Put one
in
in
the first
the
place.
first
Then
place.
I went
Wow.
to dinner Poodi in the
Yo,
first
you ain't got a
place.
brain in your
No,
skull.
don't. What can you cook with leftover bread?
Hey, if we had some beans, they're good.
Yeah?
Come in, we're in the kitchen.
Somebody maybe lost turkey?
Yeah, put it down here. Hey, how did you find it?
Well, I asked myself, who in the world would stuff a turkey with this? And then I said to myself, nobody but the Three Stooges.
You're right. Take off your hat and join us for dinner.
Sure, and I'll put it in the oven.
No, you don't put nothing
Wait
in
a
the oven.
minute. You accused me wrongly the last
Don't
time.
you
and
touch
it's all
that
your
turkey.
fault.
You know, it's not easy to get a diploma for dentistry. 3 whole weeks I had to study, by mail.
Oh, wait a minute. That's only a license to practice dentistry.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I could use a little practice. Fairly, Joe?
What?
You be my nurse.
Yeah, and a very pretty one, too.
Go on, get changed. And you be my patient.
Oh, no. You're not going to practice on me. Absolutely, positively, no. Wait a minute. Can't we talk this over?
All right, that's all right. Doctor, this gentleman has a terrible toothache.
Oh, yes, I'll take care of it. Open your mouth, sir. Which one is it?
You're the dentist. You find it. I'm no stool pigeon.
Oh, yes. Yes. Do sit down, sir.
Wait a minute. I
Sit down already.
It's
Here,
come
I'll
on.
you. Come on. Open your mouth. That's it. Cotton.
Cotton, this won't hurt. That's it.
Just take the strain off the gallop side.
You can get more than that in.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, nurse, please, administer the anesthetic. Yes.
Hold still, the anesthetic. Put your sleep. That's it.
See that you get a raise for that, nurse.
Thank you, doctor.
Oh, let me out of here. Don't you come near, I'll back your brain. Take it easy now. He's out. Oh, we got a madman here. Oh, there's a real scaredy cat, and there's nothing to be scared of. You watch the cartoon, you'll find a time when we were really in danger.
I will go to the bank
be ridiculous. Well, if you insist.
Now I will go to all the stores in town and collect more cash.
All out for high noon. Come on, this is our stop, you knuckleheads.
Gee, Mo, that's the first time you let anybody tell you where to get off.
Knock off the wisecracks. We've been hired by this town to do a dangerous job. And we gotta watch our steps.
We see what you mean, Mo. Who's this guy Bonanza we're looking for?
Only the roughest, toughest bad man in this territory. We gotta find him and run him out of town. He's supposed to be a deadly shot.
He is?
But that's probably just gossip, right? Did you hear me? Hey, where are you, meatheads?
But behind you, Mo.
You cowards, don't tell me you're afraid of this Bonanza guy.
Okay, we won't tell you.
Maybe this'll get your chicken-livered loonies out of there.
What have you got against aviation? Fill her up.
Yes, sir. Oh, been saving the big ones for you.
You make me sick.
Yes, sir, I make myself sick. I nauseate me.
I hear you boys was looking for me.
That's right. It's either get out of town by sundown, clown, or this is a showdown.
Stand aside. I got no time to show up for the showdown. The cash and carry business is too good.
You're all through terrorizing this town, Tinhead, so don't try talking your way out of it, see?
Is that so?
Okay, draw. Uh-oh.
You sure you want to continue this?
Never mind, Knuckle Nose.
Here he comes again. I'm scared, Mo.
Relax, nitwit. He can't win forever.
Then why aren't you doing it?
Because it's your turn, you lame brain.
I was afraid you remember something like that.
Now listen, just don't let him get too close, see?
Now he tells me.
All right, it's your turn, Curly Joe.
Is it too late to resign from the team?
It sure is. Here he comes again.
All right, Mr. Robot. I'm ready for you.
Boy, is he tricky. And mean.
That's a clever obstruction. This time we're ready for him.
If this doesn't work, I'm going back to California.
Here he comes.
This time I give them both barrels.
Now, all together, men.
Uh-oh, I'm rolling and the brakes don't work. Oh, one of these days I just gotta get that recoil fixed.
You'll have 20 years to work on it. All right. If you're going to be chicken, come on down.
I'm surprised at you. You are really chicken, you are.
I'm sorry, Mo, you won't get your practice.
Oh, I'll get my practice all right. Curly Joe.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Not me, Mo. I'm the nurse. I mean, you wouldn't do that to a nurse, would you?
Oh, Nursey.
No, you wouldn't.
Come on,
Now,
Nursey,
easy,
come
easy,
on.
fellas. No, wait a minute. Wait.
Get down.
No,
Get
no,
off.
no. I'm a lady.
This ain't gonna hurt.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Come on, Nursey. Come on, Nursey. Contact! Contact! Okay, Mo. The exhaust is working okay, boy. Yeah, I can see that. Take the wheel. fella. There's the wheel right there. You idiot. Put it back. Turn on the ignition. All right. Ignition on! Turn it off! Turn it off. Put it on. Turn it off. I wish you'd make up your mind. Maybe we're low on gas. Look at the gauge. The needle is pointing halfway. I don't know whether it's half empty or half full. Get out of there. Come on, you don't know nothing about a car. What do you mean? I know all about a car. I know this much. I know if the carburetor doesn't carb, and the differential is different, and the distributor doesn't distribute, and the crankcase gets cranky, that car will not run. How about that? You're a complete idiot now. I mean, I'm a complete idiot. Get those tools! All right, get the tools. Fix those carburetors. Check the ignition. Tilt that bar. Right. Lift that valve. Let me in there. I'm going to work on the whole thing here. Let the mechanic in there, will you? Get out of there, mechanic. Wait a minute. Mechanical geniuses will not. Have a look at our last mechanical failure. Watch it.
Fastest growing sports in America today is drag racing. During the last few years, the Dragster has progressed from a souped-up family auto to a high-performance type of mechanical perfection. The Dragster, more commonly referred to as a rail, is not merely the product of technical engineering, but the product of many, many amateur mechanics out to seek fame and fortune with their hopped-up automobiles.
Hey, listen to this, chowderheads. The Dragster is quite often referred to as a rail. How about that? Due to the basic rail-like construction. Hey, how'd you know about this rail bit?
You two guys ain't the only persons who can read, you know.
Any more bright ideas, chowderhead? Well, we did it. It's finished. Let's give it a test.
You forgot something. The air scoop.
Air scoop, eh? Yeah. So much for an air scoop. Boy, you really know how to hurt a guy, Mo. Never mind. Stand back. Here we go.
I hope this works.
You're playing my song. That's funny.
So's your face.
Sorehead.
Okay, ready for a test run? Here we go.
We're not moving.
That's strange. The wheels are spinning.
I know the trouble. We're not getting enough traction. If these old tractor wheels slide, I give up. Here we go. I should have known better than to try that on dirt. Pavement is the answer. Here we go again.
Mo, you better take a look.
Huh? Yeah,
Anybody else interested in giving up?
Okay, this time we're ready. Here we...
Hold it a second. I almost forgot.
Now, what was that all about?
You remember how we read the fastest fuels have some nitro added to them?
Yeah?
Well, the store was out of nitro, so I got dynamite instead.
You got what?
Dynamite?
That's what I thought you said. Any more bright ideas, chowderhead? This should give us just that little extra speed we need to win. Here goes. Contact! Contact!
It's moving.
Well, no wonder, you lunkhead. You still have your emergency brake on.
Say, you're right.
Well, release it, you numbskull.
Brake release.
Holy cat.
That was close, Larry. Very close.
Yeah, but I got an idea.
This is a great idea of yours, Larry.
Hang on.
Here goes the record.
Here goes the record. Here goes the record.
So, nobody's perfect. I just
Our fault. We shouldn't even put anything up in the first place. We don't want to get the nitro, and I didn't know about getting the nitro. You said, we'll take off the brake and everything else that goes with it.
I know what's wrong.
What, genius?
You know what makes this car run?
Yeah?
It's busted.
Oh, not the rubber band. Yes, the rubber band. Now we gotta find something with elastic in it.
Yeah, where we gonna find something with a...
Oh, no. No, you don't, fella.
Oh, yeah.
Now, come on.
Oh, yeah.
No, I need him.
I got enough, fella.
I got a hold on. I need him to hold on my hand. No, you don't. No, you don't. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, fellas. Hey, wait for me. Wait. Birds and we'll get in the castle real quick like. Okay, you bird brains. Fly, fly, fly! And away we go.
Oh, I'm so excited. I wish those wizards would get here already.
Ouch! Since when do they put glass in medieval windows?
I think I broke my beak.
Follow me, Featherhead. Sorry we're late, Your Majesty.
Never mind. Let's get on with my beauty treatment.
Sit tight, Queenie. Here we go. Nipton, Neptune, roll a zone. No more you look like Mr. Toad.
Oh, my. It's working. I'll have your head for this.
Sorry, Your Majesty. A slight magical mistake. It's Larry's turn, Your Majesty.
Get set now. eBay Udgay Ookinglay.
You pork-headed bacon brain. Never use pig Latin when you work magic. Hey, down, girl. I mean, Your Highness. Change back to what you were.
You like the guillotine. We just sharpened the blade.
That right?
Your other two friends have failed miserably. If you don't succeed in making me the fairest in the land, it's the head chopper for you all.
Don't worry your ugly little head, ma'am. I'll do my magical best.
I warn you, magician, this is your last chance. By the way, I love blonde, curly hair.
Yes, ma'am. Alakazam, kazam, kabam. You're uglier than old King Kong. Ringo, dingo, flies and lights. No dates for you with Vincent Price. But now's the time for magic spells, and soon you may hear wedding bells. Alcazar, golden hair.
Ooh.
Ralcazos, cute little nose.
Whee!
Diamonds and lace, a beautiful face.
You did it. You really did it. At last, I'm gorgeous.
Out of my way. I can do better than that. Hey, Diggle Biggle, blah blah, Flugel Goo, Wapsiggy. See that, knucklehead? I'm the best in the business.
If you think that's great, just watch me.
No, boys, let's leave well enough alone.
Zoom, boom, flash, crash, alakabash. You can't tell me that's not fantastic.
Wow.
Poof. I'm better than anybody. Stand back, world. Here I come.
Stop, you fool. Enough is enough.
Abba, Kazaba, Wambo, Gambo, Bambo, Bazaar.
Oh, no.
Whoops, I goofed.
I told you to let well enough alone. Now you should pay with your lives. Guard! Guard!
Hearken! I bring dreadful news. Hold it, son. What's all the hearkening about? You're disturbing the whole neighborhood. It's Robin Hood. He's robbing and hooding again, Sheriff. You've got to stop him. But who in old Sherrywood Forest would be nutty enough to go after Robin Hood?
Excuse us, Sheriff, but is this the road to Brittingham Castle?
We're the king's new musketeers.
Yeah, we're in charge of his musket.
Yeah.
Now keep a sharp lookout, men. This Robin Hood is clever.
We don't have to worry. There's 3 of us.
And only one of him. Uh-oh. It's Robin Hood.
And I have a gun, Felix.
Don't be ridiculous. Guns haven't been invented yet.
Of course not.
Say. What about a phone there?
I get it. We're going to be robbed.
Relax. We don't have any money. How can we be robbed?
Does this answer your stupid question, numbskull? He took our clothes.
What do we do now?
First, we get ourselves a disguise. Then we go after that no-good robber.
You'll never recognize us in this outfit.
We'll capture him for sure.
Quiet, lame brain. Deers aren't supposed to talk.
All my life, I wanted to shoot a 6-legged deer.
See anything?
Nothing in front. How about the back?
Yipe! It's Robin Hood again. Run! He's gonna shoot.
Let's get out of here.
I'll just take my little old knife and cut myself a prime steak.
Not this stick, buddy boy.
You've made a dreadful mistake.
I just leave the tenderloin.
You want to bet?
You can never trust a 6-legged deer. Strange animal.
Now remember, chowderheads, when I hit Robin Hood with a pole, you grab his feet.
Right. We'll drive him batty.
Don't worry or fuss. Leave the driving to us.
That's very clever, Larry. Very clever. Get going, fuzzbrain.
Leave the driving to us.
That's funny.
Thanks.
Okay, Robin Hood. The game is over. I'm taking you to jail, or would you rather get clobbered? Not yet, dummies, not yet.
Well, Skinny, tell you what I'm gonna do.
What's that?
This.
Oh, I didn't feel a thing.
You didn't feel a thing.
Ow! 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 Ow!
Okay, you win. I quit.
There you are, boys. See what happens by using your head?
I've got a feeling I've lost mine.
That's funny.
Sitting pretty? Is this the paleface who ran you out of your wigwam?
Him same paleface. Me no forget him. Got him face like pale.
Let's get out of town by sundown brown. The most wanted gun west of the east. We'll get rid of him for you, Chief.
Heap good.
This is a dangerous job. I better use someone we don't need around here. Yeah. Company, halt! I've got an important mission for you men.
At your service, Colonel.
Bring in, get out of town by sundown brown, by sundown. That's an order, men.
Yes, sir. Get out of town by sundown, Brown's hold up in that wigwam, knuckleheads.
The colonel said to kick him out and bring him back to the fort.
Sounds easy. Stand by, you guys, while I go over and give them the bad news. Hey, you. Get out of town by sundown, Brown. Now hear this.
Now you hear this.
I'd say Mo heard that loud and clear.
This is the Army. You can't get away with that. Do that again. Can't we talk this over like gentlemen?
I guess we can.
Two can play at this game, Brown.
Oh, yeah. You stick 'em up, soldier, 'cause I got the trap on you.
That's what he thinks. The best in the West is the guy who shoots first, and that's me. Boy, does he know how to hurt a guy. We're gonna shoot you right into that wigwam, Curly.
Yeah, but what about you guys?
We're backing you up, ain't we?
Sure, we're right behind you.
And away you go. Bye.
Gee, what a clever trick.
This is a better idea. We roll this boulder down on Brown, and he'll get bounced out of the wigwam before you can say many ha-ha.
That's funny.
Well, what are you two melon heads waiting for? Give me a hand.
Will this one do? Ouch!
I mean, help me push that boulder off the cliff, you nitwit.
Gee, why didn't you say so?
Come on now, everybody on it. Shove, noodleheads. Shove, shove.
I'm shoving.
Whoa, not so hard. Oh, no. Yeah!
You missed me.
Our boulder missed him, and it's rolling straight down into the Sleepy Teepee Indian Reservation.
Hear that? Our boulder woke up the sleepy teepees.
They're on the warpath.
What'll we do?
The same thing Brown's doing.
What's he doing?
Heading for the blockhouse, you blockheads. Come on. Okay, get up. Out of the way, Brown. Come on, get out of my way. Get off the foot.
Boys, your outstanding bravery in bringing in Get Out of Town by Sundown Brown should get you a medal.
Thank you, Colonel.
But it won't. You started the peaceful Sleepy Teepee tribe on the warpath, so you'll get 30 days in a guardhouse.
Yeah.
Always in and out of trouble, but mostly always in. Using daddy's necktie for the tail of your kite. Using mommy's lipstick for the letters you write. the clock says 7:30. It's really after 10. Looks like Lulu's been repairing it again. Though you're wild as any Zulu and you're just as hard to tame, little Lulu, I love you just the same, the same. Little Lulu, I love you just the same.
Lulu, I let you keep that mutt because I thought he was a good watchdog. Now, when these eggs hatch, if a single one of the chicks is stolen, out he goes. You understand?
Yes, Daddy. Do you understand? Now watch. If anyone opens the drawer, the burglar alarm rings. Do you understand? I'm going to give you a test. Now remember, you're a watchdog, so watch out for burglars. And don't take your eyes off this chick. Understand? Hello, watchdog. Go tell your Mistress Lulu that I want to see her. And make it snappy. Oh, but the burglar alarm. One of the chicks is missing. Oh, there he is. Did somebody steal you? Was it that mean old bulldog next door? Did he look like that? George?
Nice going, kid. With the wings, I could be a great guy, too.
1, 2, 3, alley-oop.
Hello, Mr. Mercury. What I can do for you?
Then, what? I want you should fix these shoes and fix them in a hurry up.
Okay. By tomorrow, these shoes will be all fixed.
Look, sport, I have a date with Venus, and I want to look my best. You fix these shoes by 3:30, or I go now to Joe King Popolo's restaurant for hot dogs to make me strong.
I hope you choke. nice going. Look, we got a time for just one little ride. Whoa! Now, ready, set, go! Look, I'm got wings like an angel. I'm flying. There, Mr. Mercury, everything is a first class.
They're lazy, but I wake them up.
Well, how you like that?
Some fun, eh? What? So you like to fly, eh? Well...
I got wings like an angel. I'm a flying.
Come listen to my story and listen to it well. I'll tell you of a great man who served his country well. His name was Daniel Boone and he wore a coonskin hat. And his clothes were made of buckskin. Now what do you think of that? Dan was born in Pennsylvania in 1734, in colony days before the Revolutionary War. He was famous as a hunter while he was still a boy, and the hours he spent in the forest, they were his greatest joy. Did you hear that? That was Daniel Boone with his long rifle out hunting a bear. Listen. He got him. Daniel Boone shot that bear. That was when Daniel was only 15 years old. Yes, Daniel Boone was the greatest hunter and explorer this country ever had. Now, sometimes Dan hunted bears. And sometimes wildcats. And other times the timber wolf. Daniel Boone loved to explore, too, and he was one of the first pioneers to see the Blue Ridge Mountains and the Bluegrass region of Kentucky. Oh, Daniel knew the forest, he knew the forest well, the mountains and the rivers and where the animals dwell. He was handy with a rifle and with a hunting knife, and he loved the open spaces, the cleanest kind of life. Of course, there were other dangers in the forest in those days besides wild animals. There were Indians, and one day when Daniel was exploring a cut in the mountains where Kentucky, Virginia, and Tennessee meet, an area known as Cumberland Gap, he knew there were Indians ahead, unfriendly Indians. Quickly, Daniel turned around and silently he cut back on his own trail, but the Indians were behind him, too. Dan was surrounded. Dan fought like a wildcat, but the odds were just too great. He was captured and taken to the Indians' camp. The Indians knew Daniel's reputation, and they tied him to a tree post to prevent his escape. That night, when the Indians were asleep, Dan found a sharp piece of bark right back of where his hands were tied. Slowly and painfully, he rubbed the leather cord against the bark until at last he was free. Then, as quiet as a cat, he escaped. The Indians followed, but Daniel covered ground so fast that he left their swiftest runners behind. He covered 160 miles on foot in 4 days, and he met his friends, settlers from back east at Cumberland Gap. During the Revolutionary War, Dan was a major in the American Army, and his great knowledge of forestry and woodlore came in handy when he fought the British and the Indians on the British side. But he was friendly to many Indians because Daniel was a fair man to red men and to white, and he never used his rifle unless he had to fight. He didn't like big cities, he kept on moving west, and he helped to build our country and tame the wilderness. When the Revolutionary War was over, Dan kept heading west until he made his final home in Missouri. There he would sit under a tree during the day, and settlers and Indians came to him with their problems, for he was a man of great justice and simple democracy. His tree became famous as Boone's Judgment Tree. Often Dan sat under it and remembered his old battles and adventures, and he would fondly dream of his hunting days when he hunted the big bear and the savage wildcat and the wild timber wolf. And now you've heard my story, there is no more to tell. The story of Daniel Boone, who served his country well. His clothes were made of buckskin and he wore a coonskin hat. A democratic pioneer, I hope you'll remember that.
This is the story of a young man named Peer Gynt. Peer lived in Norway, a beautiful, faraway country where the tall mountains are covered with ice, and the coastline has deep harbors of water so blue it reflects the snow-capped peaks above like beautiful mirrors. Peer Gynt, everyone agreed, was a handsome young man. Everyone also agreed that Peer had a bad habit of telling stories that were simply not true. When he grew up, Peer had decided he would marry a very beautiful girl just his own age. Her name was Solveig. Though she liked Peer very much, Solveig told him he would have to learn to tell the truth, or else they could never marry and be happy. Why, no one ever knew if Pier were telling the truth, not even his own mother. Someday, Solveig said to Pier, you'll tell a story that will get you in very serious trouble. But Pier just laughed. He didn't know how true those words of Solveig's were. One evening, as Pier was walking along, he thought to himself, I am clever, I am handsome, I can say just what I please. Pier thought so much about what a clever fellow he was that he forgot to watch where he was going, and he lost his way. He walked and walked and walked, trying to find his way out of the dark forest, for night was falling. Very tired, he finally lay down near a big cave. Then Pier seemed to hear a strange sound, but he fell asleep, not knowing that what he had heard came from deep within the mountain cave. It was the noise of the troll people, strange little creatures who were afraid of the sun and came out only after dark. He awoke for a moment. Then he fell into a deep sleep. He could hear the trolls no longer. Though Pier could not hear them, the trolls heard Pier, and they waited until they were sure he was sound asleep. Very slowly, softly, they crept out of the cave. The trolls quickly formed a circle around Pier. Then quietly the trolls carried the sleeping Pier far underground to the dark hall of the Mountain King. Pier awoke. He was surrounded by trolls, and there, sitting on a huge throne, Pier saw the largest and ugliest of them all, the king of the trolls. Pier thought to himself, I will tell these people I am a very important prince. They will be frightened and they will let me go. So, acting very bravely, Pier told the ugly trolls that he was Prince Peer Gynt, son of the King of Norway. Even though Pier was not a prince, the King of the Trolls believed the story, and he said, I was going to let you go, but since you are a prince, you will make a fitting husband for my daughter. Pier saw the troll princess. She had hair like seaweed, long sharp teeth, and big pointed ears. I'm no prince, Pier shouted. I was only telling a story. And he started to run. But now the angry trolls wouldn't believe Pier. They chased him through the cave, screaming after him. Pier ran as fast as he could. If I ever get out, I'll never tell another story. Never, never. Pier ran. It was hard to see in the dark. He ran faster and faster. A troll caught his leg. Pier shook loose. There was a guard. Pier bowled him over. He was almost free. He dived for the entrance and rolled out of the cave. He was safe.
A long time after God had created the world and made man and all the animals and birds, he noticed that people were no longer kind to each other and that they didn't obey God anymore. So he was angry. But God did see one man in the world who was kind and good, and who obeyed the Lord's word. This man was Noah. So God appeared to Noah, and he let him hear his voice. And the Lord said, Behold, I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. I will bring a flood upon the earth to destroy all flesh, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But God told Noah to build an ark and to take 2 of every animal in it with him to keep alive during the storm. And when Noah had heard God's voice, he was grateful, and he set to work right away to build the ark. This was a great boat with many, many rooms in it. When Noah finally finished it, he went out into the fields and woods, for he had to talk to all kinds of animals and birds. He talked to the lion and the wild horses. He talked to the pigs in the barnyard and the elephants in the jungle and the cute little kittens in his own house. Noah talked to all the animals on the face of the earth, even to the doves, cooing in their nests. And Noah picked a mother and a father of each kind of animal and bird, and he told them to come to the ark. Well, when they were all gathered there, you can imagine what kind of a noisy crowd poor Noah had on his hands. What with lions roaring and pigs squealing and monkeys chattering and hyenas laughing, well, it must have been noisier than a crowd of children on the annual Sunday school excursion. But Noah was wise and gentle, and he understood about animals, so he got them lined up in a long row, 2 by 2, and then he started them up and into the ark through the big door in the side. The bees were the last to go in, because bees have a stinger in their tails, and no animal wanted to get in line behind them. Noah stored food in the boat, and then saw that his wife and his sons and their wives were safely inside. Then he shut the big door behind him, and he bolted it so that no one could get in or out. Then there was a flash of lightning, and the thunder roared as it never had before. Big black clouds hid the sun so that it was almost as dark as night. And out of those clouds came the greatest rain the world has ever known. It lasted for 40 days and 40 nights, as God had promised Noah. All the land was covered with water, and not a house or a living thing remained anywhere. But Noah's ark floated on the surface of the waters, and he and his family and the animals who were in the ark with them were saved. On the 40th day, the rain stopped and the sun came out. The waters that had covered the earth began to flow back into the oceans and the rivers, and the ark came to rest on the peak of a mountain. But Noah wasn't quite sure that there was enough dry land for all his animals to live on. So he took one of the doves and let it fly out of the window. In a little while, it came back, and in its beak, the dove carried the branch of an olive tree. Noah knew that this must be a sign from God that he had restored quiet and peace to the world. So he opened the door of the ark, and he and his family and all the animals came out on the dry land. And they praised God and thanked him. Then the Lord appeared again to Noah. He promised him that he would never again send a flood to destroy the earth. And he sealed that promise with a beautiful symbol, which he set in the sky for all of us to see. That symbol, the token of God's everlasting faith in man, is the rainbow.
Pablo Garcia Miguel. He was 3 feet and 2 inches tall. When night cast the cloak or caramba Seville, Juan Pablo would run to his bed. But he'd never dream of a big ice cream hill. He would dream of the bullfight instead.
Señoras y señores, it is time for the biggest bullfight of the year. Today, we have the biggest bull ever to fight, El Toro Diablo, the devil bull. And fighting him, the only matador in all of Spain who is brave enough to enter the bull ring with Diablo, Juan Pablo Garcia Miguel. And here comes the band.
Now for the big fight, pitting El Toro Diablo, weight 2,452 pounds, 6 feet 8 inches tall, if you do not count his horns, which are 3 feet long, and the brave matador Juan Pablo Garcia Miguel, weighing 53 pounds, 3 feet 2 inches tall, if you do not count the at, which is 4 inches high. The fight will commence after the March of the Toreador.
Señores y señores, it is time to start the big fight. Here comes El Toro Diablo. And now, here comes Juan Pablo, carrying only a red cloak and his wooden sword.
Poor Pablo, poor Juan Pablo, at bullfighting he must be good. For there he is alone with the great big bull, and his sword is made of wood.
And now, El Toro rushes Juan Pablo. Ah, what form, what grace. Juan Pablo steps aside as El Toro rushes by. Uh-oh, here he comes again. Caramba! Juan Pablo stood his ground, and the bull barely missed him. What bravery, what skill. And here comes the bull again. El Toro seems to be tiring. Here he comes. And boys and girls, Juan Pablo has ignored his sword and thrown the bull to the ground with his bare hands. And El Toro Diablo, the biggest bull ever to enter the bull ring, is just lying there. He is afraid to get up. And now, Juan Pablo pulls him by his horns and rides the bull around the ring. Hola! Strike up the band!
In Spain, in the town of Caramba Seville, lived the bravest matador of them all. His name was Juan Pablo Garcia Miguel. He was 3 feet and 2 inches tall. When night cast the cloak of Caramba Seville, Juan Pablo would run to his bed. But he'd never dream of a big ice cream hill. He would dream of a bullfight instead.
Many years ago, when the people of Israel were a great nation ruled by King Saul, they fought a long and bitter war against their ancient enemies, the Philistines. In those days, soldiers used swords and spears and bows and arrows, and they wore heavy armor and carried shields to protect themselves in battle, so that only the biggest and strongest men were taken into the army. Well, in this war, the Israelites and the Philistines were pretty evenly matched. They fought many hard battles, and each side lost many men, but neither side could completely conquer the other. Then one day, while the Philistines were camped on one side of the great valley and the Israelites on the other, there came out of the camp of the Philistines a champion of their cause, a huge giant, taller and stronger and bigger than any man anyone had ever seen. He wore very heavy armor, and his face was fierce and cruel, so fierce and cruel that it would strike fear into the hearts of the bravest. This was Goliath, the giant of Gath. He strode to the center of the valley, faced the armies of Israel, and in a voice like thunder, he hurled this defiance at them. I am Goliath, the giant of Gath, and the Philistines have chosen me as their champion. You, soldiers of Israel, choose a man for you, and let him come down here and fight with me. If he kills me, we will be the servants of Israel. If I kill him, you will be slaves to the Philistines. I defy any man to accept my challenge. When the men of Israel saw Goliath and heard his defiant challenge, they were afraid, for they had no one to match his size and strength. Not one among them dared go down and do battle with the giants. Not, that is, until the shepherd boy David heard Goliath's challenge. Now, David was just a boy. He knew nothing about swords and spears and fighting wars. But he was a thoughtful boy, too, and a good boy, because he believed in God and trusted in him. So, when he heard Goliath defying King Saul's army, he turned to his brothers and said, "In defying the army of Israel, Goliath defies God. Is there no one here to go out and do battle against the enemy of the Lord?" David's brothers were first surprised and then angry at him. "Go back to your flocks and leave wars to fighting men." But David wouldn't be put off. "I will do it," he said. "Send word to King Saul. Tell him that I will go down into the valley and do battle with Goliath the giant." When the king saw how determined David was, he gave him his blessing and offered him his own royal armor and sword. But David wouldn't take them. He wasn't a soldier. Instead, he went to a nearby stream and selected 5 smooth stones. He put these in his shepherd's bag. He took his stick in his left hand, and in his right hand he held a slingshot. That's all. With both armies looking on, excited and expectant, David went down into the valley to meet Goliath. They met in the middle of the valley. David looking up at the giant, confident and unafraid, and Goliath looking down on the unarmed boy with eyes full of hatred. Suddenly, the giant Philistine roared in a terrible fury. "I have defied all the armies of Israel to give me a man to fight, and they have sent a boy against me. What? Am I a dog that you come against me with a stick?" David answered him calmly. "I come against you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. Your sword and your spear and your shield will not save you, Goliath, for this day you shall learn that the Lord fights on the side of right." Goliath let out an angry snarl. "So be it. Defend yourself, boy." Goliath the giant rushed forward to make quick work of the boy champion of the Israelites. David stood his ground. He reached into his shepherd's bag, took out 1 stone. He fixed it in his slingshot, and he let it fly. The giant was dead, and the simple shepherd boy, who trusted in God, had done what all of King Saul's army hadn't been able to do. David lifted his eyes to heaven, and he whispered a prayer.
Boy, never mind that club. All's well. See the head right ahead. There's a moonlit. Come on, have fun. Oh! Hey, what's the idea of blocking traffic? Somebody's liable to get hurt. What's this? To Royal Zoo, Lilliput. Rubberneck Kango. Very rare. Hey, what's a Kango?
Search me, Gabby. I ain't never seen one.
Somebody's played a joke on ya. There ain't no such animal. Well, there might be one at that. Well, you're just a little feller, ain't ya? You're lucky I'm here. I know how to handle Kangos. Now call the zoo and tell them Gabby's bringing the Kango right over.
Okay, Gabby.
Okay, Kango. Let's go. We'll bring him back alive. Gabby's gonna take you to the zoo. You know, little feller, there ain't no animal, big or small, I can't handle. Yes, sir. Why, one time So this is what a rubberneck Kango was like, huh? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Boy, oh boy, will they see this at the zoo. Hey, now what are you up to? Water. Okay, open up. Wider, wider. Get down out of here. Now hold it. Don't move. Steady. Let me out of here. runt. I'm gonna slap you into a cage and keep you out of trouble. Or I might start believing what I'm seeing. Okay, Pee-wee. Hop in. No! Now listen, you big stiff. I've had enough. Get in there. Oh, freaks again, eh? Oh, I'll fix you. Come on, grow up. Wise guy, huh? Get big, you runt. Just giving him stretching exercises. So's he'll grow tall. Like you. No! Open up quick! Let me in! Hey! Let me in! He's running wild, I tell you! There, see? Wow! Hey, get me out of here!
Little Bo Peep had lost her sheep while out in the meadow green. They wandered close by some wolves who were sly, and soon by these wolves they were seen. Dressed one of their kind to look like little Bo Peep. Out he did go with one thought in mind, to capture the poor little sheep.
cowards! What fiends!
What lamb chops!
that he's the champion of sheep and men.
Little Lulu, with freckles on your chin, always in and out of trouble, but mostly always in. Using Daddy's necktie for the tail of your kite, using Mommy's lipstick for the letters you write. So the clock says 7:30, it's really after 10. Looks like Lulu's been repairing it again. Though you're wild as any Zulu and you're just as hard to tame, little Lulu, I love you just the same, the same. Little Lulu, I love you just the same.
Thank you, mister.
Here's your ticket, little girl.
Baggers, smash your baggers. Baggers, smash your baggers.
Nobody rides on my train without a ticket. All aboard for Pikesville, Hicksville, Greenville, Greentown, Greentown, go on, Well,
does this train go
you
to...
heard me. Can't you understand English?
But, Mr. Conductor...
Board! Have your tickets ready. Your ticket, please. Passengers must have a ticket.
Don't put banana in icebox.
Tickets. All tickets. Now, I want your ticket.
Why, yes, sir. Sure.
Well? So, no ticket, huh? That's all I want to know.
But I had a ticket when I got on the train.
Now, off you go.
But I just can't find it.
It's a happy day.
Soft drinks. Get your soft drinks here. Soft drinks. All kinds of soft drinks. Get your soft drinks here. Soft drinks. All kinds of soft drinks. Get your soft drinks here.
last time you'll cause me any trouble.
What? Okay, Skipper. I give up. I give up. Okay, Skipper.
Did you see a little girl go through here?
Yeah, Papa. She went that way.
Thanks.
Huh? I said she went that way.
Nobody rides on my train without a ticket.
Look, Mr. Conductor, the ticket was in my other stocking all the time.
Let me see that. Fish hook? Where's that?
At the end of the line.
Fish hook? At the end of the line? Hey, that's pretty good. Fish hook at the end of the line. Huh? At the end of the line? With you?
Now, bright one morning, Peter opened the gate and went out into the big green meadow. On a branch of a big tree sat a little bird, Peter's friend. All is quiet, chirped the bird gaily. Just then, a duck came waddling round. She was glad that Peter hadn't closed the gate and decided to take a nice swim in the deep pond in the meadow. They argued and argued. The duck swimming in the pond, the little bird hopping along the shore. Suddenly, something caught Peter's attention. He noticed a cat crawling through the grass. Oh, look out! Shouted Peter, and the bird immediately flew up into the tree. While the duck quacked angrily at the cat, Grandfather came out. He was angry because Peter had gone into the meadow. It's a dangerous place. If a wolf should come out of the forest, then what would you do? Peter paid no attention to his grandfather's words. Boys like him are not afraid of wolves. But Grandfather took Peter by the hand, led him home, and locked the gate. Now, no sooner had Peter gone than a big grey wolf did come out of the forest. In a twinkling, the cat climbed up the tree. The duck quacked, and in her excitement, jumped out of the pond. But no matter how hard the duck tried to run, she couldn't escape the wolf. He was getting nearer, nearer, catching up with her. And then he got her, and with one gulp, swallowed her. In the meantime, Peter, without the slightest fear, stood behind the closed gate, watching all that was going on. He ran home, got a strong rope, and climbed up the high stone wall. One of the branches of the tree round which the wolf was walking stretched out over the wall. Grabbing hold of the branch, Peter lightly climbed over onto the tree. Peter said to the bird, "Fly down and circle round the wolf's head. Only take care that he doesn't catch you." The bird almost touched the wolf's head with his wings, while the wolf snapped angrily at him from this side and that. How the bird worried the wolf, and how the wolf wanted to catch him. But the bird was clever, and the wolf simply couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Peter made a lasso and, carefully letting it down, caught the wolf by the tail and pulled with all his might. Feeling himself caught, the wolf began to jump wildly, trying to get loose. But Peter tied the other end of the rope to the tree. And the wolf's jumping only made the rope round his tail tighter. Just then, the hunters came out of the woods. Following the wolf's trail and shooting as they went. But Peter, sitting in the tree, said, "Don't shoot. Birdie and I have caught the wolf. Now help us to take him to the zoo." Imagine the triumphant procession. Peter at the head. After him, the hunters leading the wolf. And winding up the procession, Grandfather and the cat.
Many years ago, the brave armies of Greece and Troy were locked in a long, bitter war. The Trojans had captured a beautiful Greek princess named Helen and held her within their fortress city of Troy. It did not seem possible that any man could break into the fortress city of Troy. For days, weeks, months, the Greek soldiers from their camp on a beach near the city assaulted the walls of Troy, but they were always beaten back. Then Ulysses, a great leader of the Greeks, said to his men, "I have a plan. It is dangerous, but if it works, the Trojans themselves will take us through the gates of their city." At the order of Ulysses, the Greek soldiers set to work cutting down huge trees, making the wood into planks. From the towers of Troy, the Trojan soldiers watched a big building grow taller and taller day by day, until it was 6 stories high. And when the Greeks pulled away all the work ladders and scaffolds, there stood a huge wooden horse, 80 feet tall. along the towering walls of Troy, the soldiers and the people gathered to look out across the plain at the great wooden horse. They wondered what it was for, what it meant. The Trojans did not know that Ulysses and 5 Greek soldiers lay hidden in a dark, secret passage inside the wooden horse. All through the night, fire blazed brightly on the beach. The Greeks were burning their tents, just as if they were giving up their camp and sailing back home. When morning came, not a Greek ship or soldier remained, but where they had camped stood the great Trojan horse. The Trojan people poured out of the city to the beach so they could look more closely at the strange wooden animal. They thought it would make a great monument to their victory over the Greeks. The Princess Cassandra, daughter of the king of the Trojans, warned her people of this Greek gift, but no one would listen. The Trojans decided to pull the great horse inside the walls, into the city of Troy itself. The Trojans tied thick ropes around the legs of the huge wooden horse. Hundreds of men took a hand at the ropes. Others lined up behind the horse. Whooping and hollering, laughing at the Greeks who had never been able to scale the towering walls of Troy, the Trojans tugged and pushed and pulled the huge wooden horse slowly from the beach, over the plains, and through the gates of Troy. In the dark, secret passage of the wooden horse, Ulysses and the 5 soldiers lay quietly waiting. They could feel the horse being moved. What the Trojans had decided to do, neither Ulysses nor his soldiers knew. Suddenly, after a whole day and half a night, the Trojan horse moved no more. An hour passed. Still the horse did not move. Ulysses gave a signal. The soldiers felt their way silently down the dark, secret passage, following Ulysses. Cautiously, he opened the trapdoor. Just as he hoped, the Trojans had brought the horse inside the walls of Troy. The city was sleeping now, and the walls were unguarded. Ulysses drew his sword. He ordered the soldiers to follow, and he dashed for the main gates of the city. The Greek soldiers quickly tied the sleeping Trojan guards, while Ulysses scampered up the sentry tower. Holding a torch high above his head, he signaled to the Greek army, which had turned around and sailed back to the beach during the night. And even as Ulysses and his men opened the gates of Troy, the Greek army was marching across the plain. Caught completely by surprise, the Trojans were easily defeated by the Greek soldiers, who found their beautiful princess and took her back safely to Greece. And brave Ulysses was named the greatest of the Greek heroes.
Centuries ago, the country of China had an emperor who lived in a magnificent palace surrounded by a beautiful garden. The emperor's name was Lin Chan, and he was proud of his luxurious home. He spent much of his time collecting all the things of beauty he could find. He wanted to have the best of everything to make his palace the showplace of the world. Just beyond the palace grounds, there was a thick forest, but Emperor Lin Chan had never wandered through its winding paths. However, many fishermen, farmers, merchants, and travelers had, and they all stopped to hear the song of a nightingale. It was the most wonderful melody they had ever heard. Even though the palace was greatly admired by everyone, those that heard the nightingale all agreed that its song was the most beautiful thing in all the land. One day, a message was brought to Emperor Lin Chan. It was from another emperor who had visited Lin Chan's country.
I enjoyed your beautiful nation, but most of all, I was enchanted by the voice of the nightingale. Nightingale? What nightingale?
The king was angry. Others had found something beautiful in his own kingdom that he had not discovered.
Find me this nightingale!
He roared at his chief minister. The frightened minister had never heard of the wonderful bird, but he asked everyone in the palace. No one had heard of the bird, for they always lived within the courtyards. Finally, one kitchen girl said she knew of the bird, for she had often wandered through the woods gathering berries. She led the minister through many paths until they came to a clearing. There on a tree sat the nightingale, and it started to sing. The minister knew this must be the bird the emperor wanted.
Your emperor commands you to appear before him at the palace.
The nightingale understood and swelled with pride to think she was to give a command performance. So off she went with the little girl and the minister to Emperor Lin Chan. A special stand had been prepared to receive the bird's concert at the palace. The emperor was anxious to hear the bird's famous voice. He gave the signal to sing, and the nightingale burst forth in beautiful song. The emperor was amazed at the beautiful song.
You must stay with me, nightingale, for I am the emperor and must have all things beautiful.
The bird was proud to be the royal singer, and she burst forth with song again. Months passed, and the nightingale continued to please Emperor Lin Chan with her songs. One day, a mysterious package was brought to the palace along with a note.
To the memory of my visit to your kingdom. A gift from one of my grateful visitors who enjoyed all this beauty.
Indeed, it was a rare gift. A mechanical bird covered with beautiful jewels.
What a beautiful present.
The emperor wound up the spring, and the bird started to sing.
It's the song of the nightingale.
True, it was an exact copy of the real bird's voice. This delighted Emperor Lin Chan.
Now, I not only have the most beautiful song, but the most beautiful bird, and it will sing for me forever.
He was so enchanted by this elegant toy that he played it almost continually. Then one day he said,
I have two birds. They shall sing me a duet.
But when he looked for the real nightingale, she was gone. The emperor was furious.
That ungrateful bird has run off. Never allow it in my palace again, for this shall be the royal singer.
And so it was that the mechanical bird continued to give out its beautiful song for the pleasure of Lin Chan. The real nightingale had fled the palace with a broken heart, believing the emperor favored the new singing marvel. She sat among the branches as before, but her voice was stilled. Years passed, and the emperor listened to his beautiful mechanical bird. When one day, something had gone wrong. The spring had broken, and the machinery was torn apart. The emperor became excited.
Get me all the craftsmen in the kingdom!
But, work as they would, the results were always the same. The bird would no longer sing. The Emperor Lin Chan became very sad without his beautiful songbird. So unhappy that he fell ill and the doctors could do nothing for him. Lin Chan was dying. The whole kingdom was saddened. Far out in the forest, a beautiful woman stopped near the real nightingale.
Many years ago, when I was a little girl, I took you to sing for the emperor. It would bring him great happiness if you could sing once more before he dies.
The emperor was very still as the unhappy attendants waited for the end, when suddenly the nightingale was singing again, as beautiful as ever before. the Emperor opened his eyes and strength surged through his whole body. The true nightingale song made Lin Chan well and happy again. The kingdom rejoiced, and the nightingale took her place of honor as the royal singer forever after.
Once upon a time, there was no music in the world. Think of it. No music at all. Just quiet and noise. Then one day, a wise old owl called all the animals and birds to the edge of the forest. And when they were gathered together, the owl said, "I have heard that up high in the sky there is a sound such as no one has ever heard before. It is a wonderful sound. If one of us could fly up high over the trees, over the mountaintops, over the clouds, up and up and up. If one of us could fly that high, he might hear the sound and remember it and bring it down back to us. Who will do it?" The animals came forward. The lumbering elephant, the roaring lion, the fiery tiger, the gentle kangaroo. Then the little animals too, the squirrel and the rabbit, the woodchuck and the fox. "We can walk and run and jump," they said, "but we cannot fly. We cannot help you." Then the birds came forward, flapping their wings. Hens and roosters, pigeons and pheasants. The color birds, too, goldfinch and red robin and blue jay. And the hawk and the eagle. There were little birds and big birds, light birds and heavy birds. They hopped about and strutted and walked up and down before the owl, each one saying, "I can do it. Let me try." The owl called, "Who? Whose wings are strong enough? Whose body is light enough? Who will work so hard and fly so high and not be afraid and not give up and not fall back? Who?" The hen and rooster flapped their wings. Up they rose a few feet off the earth. But their bodies were too heavy and their wings too small. The pigeon tried. He flew as high as the treetops and then fell back. And so too the goldfinch and the robin and the blue jay. They were brave and quick, and their bright colors looked so pretty against the sky. But they were tired and out of breath soon, saying, "We cannot fly that high. It's too much for us." Then the hawk stepped forward, dark and quiet and fierce. Everyone watched him with great respect. With a hard push, swift and strong, off he flew, his great wings carrying him higher and higher against the sky until there was wind and cloud all around him. He felt very sure of himself until his wings began to be heavy. He tried to rest and glide and ride the wind, but it wasn't any use. He couldn't rise any more. He was tiring fast, and so back to earth he fell. Then the proud eagle stepped forward, and then a curious thing happened. A very little bird had been waiting and watching. He hadn't said a word. Quickly and quietly, he jumped up on the eagle's back and hid himself in the feathers of the eagle's neck. And when the feathers closed down over the little bird, they kept him safe and snug. Then the eagle drew back a deep breath and stretched his wings, and off he flew. Higher and higher the eagle flew, over the treetops, over the mountains, higher than the clouds, up, 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 until he was out of sight. And then this king of the birds began to feel how hard it was to draw his breath. His wings were oh so heavy and hard to push. He tried to rest and ride the wind, but it was no use. And then, just as he began to fall back to earth, out of the feathers of the eagle's neck jumped the little bird. His body was small and light. His wings were just right for the thin air. And so he whirred merrily away, up, 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 higher and higher, until he began to hear a sound. High and clear, swelling and growing, and it was everywhere, all around him like the air itself. The little bird was frightened. He had never been so high. He was so alone. He said to himself, I mustn't be afraid. I mustn't get tired. I must listen and remember and bring this sound back to earth. That's what I came for. And round he flew, whirring his little wings and gliding on the wind in great circles and listening. And when he was full of the music, he began to glide down to earth, gently down through the clouds, down over the mountaintops, down past the trees, until he landed quietly near the edge of the forest. He was a very shy bird. He went off among the trees, and then without any warning and without anyone expecting it, the air was filled with beautiful music. And when the birds heard the sound filling the air around them, each one began to sing his own song. And someday, when you are walking through the forest, you'll hear sweet sounds. And if you listen, you will hear the songs of many birds. But if you look carefully, you will see that the most beautiful of all comes from a very shy little bird hiding behind a tree. It is the wood thrush. And this is the little bird who flew up to the high sky to bring music down to the earth for all of us.
Once in the forest on the shores of the great lake we call Lake Michigan lived an Ottawa Indian boy. The boy had a name, but everyone had forgotten it. They called him Lazy Bones, but they said it with a smile, for the boy wasn't really lazy. It was just that he was always watching, always wondering by himself. Sometimes he would watch the women pounding corn into meal. Sometimes the boy watched the men before a hunt making arrowheads out of flint. But the boy didn't help them. Instead, he went by himself, far into the woods, always quiet, always watching. He saw where the red squirrel hid its nuts. He saw where the deer drank and where the wolverine left his big paw marks. He had one friend, a little girl named Gray Fawn, and he told her stories about the woods.
The woods and I understand each other. The trees are my friends. The birds and bees are my friends, and the animals come at my call. Oh, for they are all my friends.
One morning, Gray Fawn went to gather berries, and by late afternoon she had not yet returned. The men of the tribe found her moccasins near the lake, but they didn't find Gray Fawn. The chief, her father, cried angrily, "She must have been captured by the Saginaws." The men painted their faces and prepared for war. While the men prepared for war, the boy called Lazy Bones went to the shore where Gray Fawn's moccasins had been found. He said to himself, if Gray Fawn had been captured, she would have dropped her berry basket. I don't think she was captured. I think she took off her moccasins to go wading. He looked along the shore until he found a footprint in the mud. He said, she came out here and couldn't find her moccasins. He sang,
my woodland friends, tell me where is Gray Fawn? Which way did she go? Oh, tell me, please, that you know and your signs I will follow to her. Oh, Gray Fawn and I are your friends.
When the boy sang the song, a porcupine that had been gnawing young willow shoots stopped and stared at him. The boy said, "I think Gray Fawn went this way to gather willow splints for a basket." He looked, and he found places where the willow shoots had been broken. He followed the trail among the willows into the forest.
My woodland friends, tell me where is Gray Fawn?
A squirrel ran down a tree trunk and stopped, his nose pointing. The boy looked and saw where Gray Fawn's bare feet had disturbed the leaves.
Which way did she go?
A rabbit jumped out of some bushes, and the boy looked and saw where Gray Fawn had pushed through. He thought, she knows she is lost and is too frightened to look where she's walking.
Oh, tell me, please, that you know and your sign I will follow to her. Gray Fawn, Gray Fawn.
Just then a flock of crows began to scold angrily. The boy went to the noise, for he knew that crows will scold when they're disturbed by someone who has no weapons. There, under a tree, he found Gray Fawn. The boy took Gray Fawn by the hand, and they set out for home.
See, there!
And when the men saw the children, they laughed with relief and joy. And the chief, Gray Fawn's father, put his hand on the boy's head and said, "Now I will give this boy a name. I will call him Little Hawk, for he has the sharpest eyes of all the Ottawas."
Along the banks of the Mississippi River, there once lived a boy named Tom Sawyer, who caused his Aunt Polly more trouble than a barrel of catfish.
Tom Sawyer, you broke Judge Thatcher's window today. That toe's not sore, Tom. Get up and go to school. Tom Sawyer, stop where you are or I'll box your ears. Tom?
You call me Aunt Polly?
You broke the cookie jar.
Truth was, Tom's mind was on other things, which he soon told to Bill Harper.
Bill, meet me tonight down at the riverfront.
What do you aim to do, Tom?
I'm not Tom anymore. I'm the Black Avenger of the Spanish Main. You'll be the terror of the seas. We're bold, brave river pirates, starting tonight at midnight. Look, a campfire on the island. Somebody's here.
Run for it, Tom. Back to the boat.
Oh, pirates don't run from trouble, Bill. Come on. Let's find out who's at that campfire.
Creeping to the campfire, the pirates came upon two men quarreling with each other, Dr. Robinson and Injun Joe. A third man, a tramp named Muff Potter, was asleep nearby. Suddenly, the Injun drew his knife and struck the doctor down. Quickly, the Injun put the knife in the hand of the third man dozing near the fire.
Why, the Injun's gonna blame someone else. That tramp Muff Potter. He'll be arrested for sure.
Like startled deer, the pirates sped back to their boat and swore each other to secrecy.
Only 3 of us know the truth, Bill. If we talk, that Injun will scalp us.
Muff Potter was arrested, and it looked as though the truth would never come out. Then one day, Muff Potter's lawyer hauled Tom Sawyer to court and dragged the truth out of him.
Now, under oath,
Point to the man who used this knife that night on Jackson's Island. Point him out.
It was him. There by the window, Injun Joe.
You're in a peck of trouble now, Tom Sawyer. Injun Joe's free, and he'll be after you. 'Cause now he knows you saw that fight on Jackson's Island.
Weeks passed, and when Injun Joe failed to return, Tom Sawyer grew braver. Then, one day he confided to his girl, Becky Thatcher.
It was a black box full of money. A real treasure box. Well, that's what Doc Robinson and Injun Joe quarreled over. I heard them, so I know, Becky.
Where's the treasure buried?
There's an old barn on Jackson's Island. Must be buried in there.
Let me go with you.
Nope. Girls' bad luck on treasure hunts.
You're just scared.
I'm not. I'm hunting for that treasure tonight with Bill Harper. Ready, Terror?
Ready, Black Avenger.
Start digging in that corner, where the floorboard's loose. Treasure might be there. I'll stand guard.
No sooner had Bill started digging than he struck something hard.
Tom, I found the treasure. I found it.
But just then, Tom ran back from the doorway.
Bill, let it be. Quick, up the ladder to the loft. Somebody's coming, and I think it's Injun Joe.
Somebody tries to steal money. I fix.
Carefully, Tom spliced their pants and shirts together, then tied one end to a beam. Soon, they lowered themselves to the floor.
Leg him for the river now, Tom.
Wait a minute. Injun Joe must have headed for the cave on the other side of the island. He's gonna rebury the treasure there. Let's go after him.
Not me. I'm going home.
Not long after, a ferry boat took a picnic crowd to Jackson's Island, and Tom invited Becky Thatcher along.
Do you really think Injun Joe hid the treasure in the cave, Tom?
Well, I'm not sure, but it would be a good place.
Why don't we explore it right now?
Suddenly, Tom tripped over something, fell to his knees.
Becky, look what I tripped over, the treasure.
That's wonderful. Now let's go back.
Wait, I can't see the entrance to the cave anymore. Becky, we're lost.
Grimly, Tom and Becky wandered underground. They had almost given up when they made a turn in the passageway, and then...
Look, a light. There's the entrance. We're safe.
Later on, Tom told the townspeople about the cave. They were sure Injun Joe would return to get his treasure, so they set up a guard and waited. One day, he returned and was caught.
I give up. I go peaceful.
Tom had helped catch Injun Joe, so he was a hero. And he had his share of the treasure, too. But all the money in the world couldn't keep him out of trouble, nor keep him from having more adventures.
Many hundreds of years ago, the good King Richard, known as Richard the Lion-Hearted, left England to take part in the Crusades, the war against the heathens who had captured the Holy City. In his absence, he placed his brother John on the throne. As soon as he was king, John turned on the good nobles of the kingdom, stole their goods, and drove them out of England. Among these nobles were the old Earl of Huntington and his son, Robin.
Father, I come to say goodbye. Robin, where are you going? To Sherwood Forest. King John has declared me an outlaw, and an outlaw I will be.
In Sherwood Forest, Robin Hood banded together with other young men like himself, banished by the wicked king. Men like Will Scarlet.
Outlaws we are, Will Scarlet, but outlaws such as never were before and never will be.
Just how do you mean, Robin Hood?
I mean this, Will. No, let me show you. Do you see those two fat men coming down the road?
I see them. A couple of merchants, rogues and wealthy.
And do you see that old woman in rags, weeping in sheer hunger?
I see her, too.
Well, watch. And keep a hand to your arrow in case I need help.
And so, quickly, they became known far and wide. Robin Hood and his merry men of Sherwood Forest, taking from the evil to give to the poor, defenders of the weak and oppressed, the one hope of England's people. Sometime later, Robin set off by himself in the forest. He started across a bridge which lay across a stream, a bridge consisting of a single log of wood. But facing him, blocking the way, was a stranger, a tall man with broad, powerful shoulders.
I'm afraid there's only room for one of us to cross at a time.
I think it ought to be the better man. Stand and fight!
With only wooden sticks as weapons, they fought long and hard. Finally, with one quick, powerful motion, the stranger knocked Robin Hood into the stream.
Well done, fellow. What do they call you?
John Little is my name.
John Little? Well, I'll call you Little John. And I want you to join my band as my next in command.
And now the band of merry men was complete. And just in time, for King John had posted a reward of 10,000 pounds for the capture of Robin Hood. And none was trying harder to win that reward than the Sheriff of Nottingham.
Robin, I have news. The Sheriff of Nottingham is staging an archery contest with a golden arrow as the prize.
A golden arrow? What a prize.
His purpose in holding the contest is to lure you there.
That may be, but I shall go anyway, in disguise.
The distance will be 50 paces. You, that beggar over there, get out of the way.
I? Why, I'm one of the marksmen, sir.
You? A marksman? That's rich.
One by one, the finest bowmen in the land shot their arrows. Finally, one arrow lay in the exact center of the circle, a bullseye.
The winner is Adam of the Dell.
Pardon, Sheriff. I have not yet competed.
You? Well, maybe it will bring us a laugh.
Robin let fly. A perfect shot, right on top of the arrow in the center, splitting it down the middle. Robin had won.
A shot like that, only one man in all this land can shoot so well. Robin Hood, after him, catch him!
But the sheriff was too late. Robin was already speeding back to Sherwood Forest. As Robin entered the forest, a knight appeared and challenged him. In the midst of their battle, the knight suddenly put down his sword.
Enough. Enough. I didn't recognize you.
What? Why, it's your majesty. King Richard the Lion-Hearted, back from the crusade.
Robin Hood, your exile is over. You and your men, come back to your homes.
But Robin Hood and his men declined the king's offer. They preferred to remain in Sherwood Forest together, living their adventurous lives, taking from evil men to give to the poor.
Who's the bravest of the brave? Who's the strongest of the strong? Who's the friend of serf and slave? Who will fight to right a wrong? Who is sworn to serve his king? Who can make a broadsword sing? Lancelot, Sir Lancelot, King Arthur's bravest knight. A dragon came to Camelot, fell upon the town, devoured all the cattle, burned the houses down. The call went out for Lancelot, who mounted his great steed. A pointed lance, a singing sword, and Camelot was freed. Who's the bravest of the brave? Who's the strongest of the strong? Who's the friend of serf and slave? Who will fight to right a wrong? Who is sworn to serve his king? Who can make a broadsword sing? Lancelot, Sir Lancelot, King Arthur's bravest knight. The robbers watched the highway, robbing all who passed. King Arthur then decided they had robbed their last. He called upon Sir Lancelot, who donned his silver mail. He trapped the robbers one by one and brought them all to jail. Who's the bravest of the brave? Who's the strongest of the strong? Who's the friend of serf and slave? Who will fight to right a wrong? Who is sworn to serve his king? Who can make a broadsword sing? Lancelot, Sir Lancelot, King Arthur's bravest knight. Fair Guinevere was captured by a knight dressed all in black. The round table was called to meet and plan a bold attack. Sir Lancelot stepped forward, announced to one and all, I'll save the fair maid Guinevere, this is my duty's call. He mounted up his charger and rode across the plains, a song upon his lips, hero's blood ran through his veins. One morning as the sun came up, he found the Black Knight's lair, and Lancelot, brave Lancelot, rescued his lady fair. Who's the bravest of the brave? Who's the strongest of the strong? Who's the friend of serf and slave? Who will fight to right a wrong? Who is sworn to serve his king? Who can make a broadsword sing? Lancelot, Sir Lancelot, King Arthur's bravest knight.
My name is Jim Hawkins, and I have a story to tell. A story of adventure. It all began with a map. This map showed the location of an island and buried treasure. Men were setting off on a ship to find the treasure, and I was to go along as cabin boy. An old sailor with a wooden leg got together a crew. He was our cook, and gee, I liked him right off. But what a funny name. I'll never forget it. Long John Silver. We worked all one night getting the ship ready to sail. The whole crew worked and worked and worked. Then just before dawn, we were ready to sail. We were on our way to Treasure Island. Once at sea, we all had a fine time. Long John Silver especially was lots of fun. Golly, he used to sit and tell me stories by the hour. And his pet parrot sat on his shoulder and screamed, Now, there was a barrel of apples set out for the men. And one night I went to get myself an apple, but because they were almost all gone, I had to climb right into the barrel to get one, right down to the bottom. Then a strange thing happened. Just as I was about to climb out, I heard voices.
Keep your eye peeled for that.
It was Long John Silver and some of the crew.
Now, my laddies, you're a smart lot. No need for us to return empty-handed. we'll come back with all the treasure for ourselves.
Gosh, these men were pirates. But I knew their secret if only they didn't discover me.
See here, mateys, have an apple.
But just as Long John was reaching into the barrel...
Land ho! That's it, lads! Treasure Island!
The whole crew went ashore. Loyal crewmen in one group, pirates in another, all looking for the treasure. Pretty soon I was all alone in the jungle when all of a sudden, from behind a tree jumped the strangest man you ever did see. He was laughing and laughing and laughing. Then all at once he stopped.
Who are you?
My name is Jim Hawkins, sir.
Well, I'm old Ben Gunn, and you're a pirate, aren't you?
Oh, no, sir, no.
Well, I know that pirates are here looking for my treasure, but they won't find it. I've lived in this island for 3 years hiding that treasure. They won't find it now. No, they won't.
Long John Silver!
Yes, me hearties, it's Long John and me crew. And now, Ben Gunn, take us to that treasure.
Long John and his pirates had surrounded us. Ben would just have to take them to the treasure now. Our only chance was to have the loyal crew find us before we reached it. Ben Gunn took us to the far side of the island and pointed to a cave.
I'm afraid you've done us in, Long John.
Right you are, and the treasure's mine.
Long John grabbed a hook and started to pry open one of the chests when...
What's that?
Our loyal crew was fighting the pirates. Long John and his men were captured. The treasure was safe. Our men tied up Long John and his pirates and then loaded the treasure aboard our ship. Diamonds and pearls and silver and gold and every treasure you could think of. So much that we just couldn't carry it all. So today, if you should happen across an island and find a cave, you too might find buried treasure, 'cause that's Treasure Island!
Do you recognize that music? That's right. It was the trumpet, the king's trumpet. And here's a wonderful story about that music. In a faraway land, there one time lived a shepherd king who owned many flocks and had many shepherds who tended sheep for him. One day, this king wanted to call all of the shepherds together. So he sent a runner for them. When they arrived, the king spoke to them and said, "Pay heed, ye shepherds. Henceforth, when I call ye, I will no longer send a runner. For look, I have fashioned for myself an instrument made from the horn of a ram. With it I can make many tones. So hark, shepherds. If you should hear me playing this, come home at once. This instrument we will call a shofar." Soon, each shepherd made his own shofar, and each made up his own call. They all made a set of calls so they could speak to each other. And while the sheep grazed, one could often hear the call of the shofar echoing from hilltop to hilltop. Later, when the king became mighty, he had an army, and the shofar was used to call men to war. As time went on, men learned to work with metals. Soon, they found that horns could be made of brass and gold and silver. These horns could play many more tones than could the ram horn. So the kings had trumpets made to play their special calls. They also found that if they made a trumpet long, they played low notes like this. And when they made the trumpet short, they played high notes like this. Now, in England, there lived a king named Richard the Lion-Hearted. And when he made ready to go forth with his army of knights, he would call his band of trumpeters and say, "Ho, master of the trumpet, sound off." And the master of the trumpet would reply, "Aye, my lord. Trumpeters, prepare. Sound the tucket." Then, as the king and his knights marched into the great cathedral for prayer, the trumpets could be heard playing music like this. Early in the 18th century, a wise musician said, "We need many trumpets because each one plays only a few notes." Now, let me see. If I make a trumpet with a piece of metal that moves up and down in a pipe and put a hole in the side of that piece of metal, I can use it to connect the different pipes to my trumpet. When I push it down, air will go through a long pipe and make a low sound. And when I let go, the air will go through a short pipe and make a high sound. Now, he had a trumpet with a valve that played many tones. Later, trumpet makers built a trumpet and put 3 valves in it. Musicians found that they could play all of the notes in the scale. One day, a musician brought his trumpet to the king and said, "Sire, I present to you a new invention, a 3-valve trumpet." The king looked at the instrument curiously and said to the musician, "Play that instrument, musician, and let me hear what it can do." So the musician raised the trumpet to his lips and played a tune like this. The king was very pleased, and the musician was greatly rewarded.
blind mice, 3 blind mice.
See how they run, see how they run.
They ran after the farmer's wife. She got up and into the car. Did you ever see such a sight in your life as 3 blind mice? La da 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 da. 3 blind mice, la da da, 3 blind mice, la da da, how they run. Oh, see the little mice and how they run. They all ran after the farmer's wife. She got up and into the car. Did you ever see such a sight in your life as 3 blind mice? La da da da.
I'm the Papa Bear.
I'm the Mama Bear. I'm the little baby bear.
Somebody's been fooling with my radio. Looks like dirty footwork.
100. Here I come.
His ship wrecked in a storm, a sailor by the name of Gulliver crawled ashore and promptly fell asleep on the beach of a strange island. As he slept, the people of the island came to stare at him. People no different from you and me, except for the fact that the tallest of them was only 2 inches high. Gulliver was tied down by rope the thickness of strong thread. Before long, Gulliver awoke and jerked his left arm up sharply. He was about to do the same with his right arm when a shower of arrows, like so many pins, hit him in the side of the face. He watched as one of the soldiers, who clearly wanted a medal for bravery, steadily marched across his chest, climbing over the wrinkles of Gulliver's coat. When he was close enough, the soldier fitted an arrow into his bow and took aim at Gulliver's left eye. Not wanting to hurt the little man, Gulliver gently blew on him, which to the soldier felt like a hurricane. Now Gulliver lay still, looking in amusement at his tiny captors. Although he could easily have broken the threads holding him, Gulliver remained without moving, for he was interested in the little people and wanted to learn more about them. Meanwhile, a large platform was wheeled alongside of him, and through the use of cranes and pulleys, he found himself lifted onto the platform and carted away. At the palace, Gulliver met the king and learned that he was in the land of Lilliput. The king marched to within an inch of Gulliver's nose and spoke in a royal voice, which to Gulliver sounded more like a royal whisper.
You are now one of my subjects and must obey my every command.
After giving his solemn promise that he would do no harm, Gulliver was untied. A great shout of excitement came from the people as they gazed up at the visitor, who stood taller than their tallest buildings. At a motion from the king, Gulliver picked him up and held him close to his ear. The king said to Gulliver,
I give you permission to move freely about the countryside, so long as you are careful where you put your feet.
So Gulliver remained in the country of Lilliput for many months, and gradually the Lilliputians grew accustomed to looking up and seeing him suddenly towering over them. He was of great help to the little people, lifting huge stones for building walls and other constructions, and reporting to the king on the exact size of his kingdom, which he measured by pacing off steps around the island. In return, the king ordered new clothes to be made for Gulliver, and 200 tailors went to work on the job. The king also put 300 cooks to the task of keeping Gulliver supplied with food, while 30 servants kept him supplied with wine for his meals. The time passed pleasantly, and Gulliver was much interested in the customs of the tiny people and had many adventures with them. Then one day, the king told Gulliver that he should assist the Lilliputians in their annual war against the people of the neighboring island, the country of Blefuscu.
A very rebellious people,
the king went on,
who have refused to obey the law that states that when breaking an egg, the small end must be cracked first. Obviously, there is no choice but to declare war.
The opposing armies and navies were drawn up for battle. The men, horses, cannons, and ships readied. Learning that the Blefuscans were planning an invasion, Gulliver hit upon a plan for stopping them, for he did not want his new friends hurt. Wading across the channel of water that separated the two islands, Gulliver gathered up the anchor chains of the Blefuscan ships, towed the entire fleet back across the channel, and so frightened both armies that the war was ended before it started. Soon after, when a full-sized rowboat was washed up upon the shore, Gulliver decided it was time for him to return to his own country. With great skill, the Lilliputians sewed 100 bed sheets together to make Gulliver a sail for the boat, and gave him food and drink to last a month. When the time came for Gulliver's departure, the king and the entire population of Lilliput came down to the beach to see him off. The king presented Gulliver with his own sword as a souvenir, and Gulliver in turn gave the king his pocket watch to put in the tower of the town hall. And then, with a final wave, Gulliver set sail and took his leave of the little people of Lilliput.
Extremely rocky for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-6 with but an inning left to play, and so when Cooney died at first, and Burrows did the same, a pallor wreathed the features of the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go, leaving there the rest with that hope which springs eternal within the human breast. For they thought if only Casey could get a whack at that, they'd put up even money with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, and likewise so did Blake. And the former was a puddin', and the latter was a fake. So on that stricken multitude, a death-like silence sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey's getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and the much-despised Blakey tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and they saw what had occurred, there was Blakey safe on second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from the gladdened multitude went up a joyous yell. It bounded from the mountaintop and rattled in the dell. It struck upon the hillside and rebounded on the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing and a smile on Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded as he wiped them on his shirt. And while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance gleamed from Casey's eye, and a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Close by, the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't me style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. And from the bleachers, black with people, there rose a sullen roar like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone from the stand. And it's likely they'd have done it had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, and he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and again the spheroid flew, but Casey still ignored it. And the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" yelled the maddened thousands, and the echo answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey would not let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate, and now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out.
I just wait around for the hour to strike so I can give out with my cuckoo. This sort of life is making me the loneliest soul. Now, how much can a cuckoo see from a pigeonhole? I'd like to get into the world outside, see things where my eyes would open wide. I want to do things that I've never tried, but all I ever do is cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. All I ever do is cuckoo.
Here.
Who let you out, jailbird?
Look! I'm a cuckoo! Better watch out for the termites! Wooden head! Hey! You gonna stick around a while?
Pull yourself together, big boy. I think you're cute. Hubba, hubba.
Can't you read, you blockhead?
Free, the world would see a happy and smiling me. I'd fly up to the sun and leave my cares behind me. I'd have my share of fun. Instead, these bars remind me that I'm alone, just like a stone that lies beside the road without a friend of its own. I want someone to hold me, to love me tenderly, and that would be if I were free.
Look, a Timberwolf! You ruined the act!
You were terrific, darling. Doing that for me.
Early winter! Everybody make for the Southland!
Come on, Nightingale. We're heading south.
Hey, wait for me! Wait for me! Wait!
killing me. I want someone to hold me, to love me tenderly. Come on, big boy.
Like the birdies do, though the day may be long, you never will go wrong. Okie, onky, any old key, just start the day with a song.
Joining in too. Just sing along with a little old bouncing ball.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
All the mountain folk will meet her. They will all be down to greet her.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. When she comes, when she comes, when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be looking for a fella when she comes. Looking for a fella when she comes.
She don't want no city slicker, just a man who holds his liquor.
She'll be looking for a fella when she comes. When she comes. She'll be looking for a fella when she comes. She'll be searching for a preacher when she comes. She'll be searching for a preacher when she comes.
She will
run so level and steady with a man who's rough and ready.
She'll be searching for a preacher when she comes. When she comes, when she comes. She'll be searching for a preacher when she comes.
Let's make the new school mom feel right to home by singing real line pretty.
She'll be dressed up for a wedding when she comes. She'll be dressed up for a wedding when she comes. She won't wear no shoes by hokey as she comes around hokey. She'll be dressed up for a wedding when she comes. When she comes, when she comes, she'll be dressed up for a wedding when she comes. They'll be celebrating playing when she comes.
They'll be shouting loud hosannas while they're eating ripe bananas.
They'll be celebrating playing when she comes. When she comes, when she comes, they'll be celebrating playing when she comes. She'll be coming round, round when she comes. She'll be coming round, round when she comes. Now the beauty will be stopping, all the jugs will start popping.
She'll be coming round, round when she comes.
Good morning, dear children.
She went to the cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. But when she got there, the cupboard was bare, so the poor little dog had none. But old Mother Hubbard, she wouldn't give up. She had to feed the pup. So here is the story, the gush and the glory of how the old girl cleaned up.
Always rubbing, scrubbing, from morning until night. But just as long when things go wrong, makes everything all right. In a wash tub there's no romance, but still I like to sing. And it's all because I washed the of His Majesty the King.
From royal socks and undies, I must squeeze the suds. I'm the ringer outer of the royal duds. My eyes are dim, my ears they buzz. I'm on the spot, my liver is shot. No, I ain't the man I used to was. All the ladies of the court looked upon me as a royal sport. I no longer can cavort. Guess I'm through, my breath is short.
He's getting thin, he can't drink his gin. Keep the falling now, his hair's all fuzz. He's slipping fast, he just can't last.
No, he ain't the man he used to was.
No, he ain't the man he used to was.
So sad and grumpy. Cheer up. Why do you sigh? Cheer up. Your road to life is not so bumpy. Cheer up. Take it in high. Why do you sit around so humble? Mumble, jumble, groan and grumble. Cheer up. Ha-ha! A king should sing, for that will bring a smile. Be a regular guy.
Why, you made me a new man, see? Now I'd like to give you some reward. My whole empire. If you desire, speak and you shall have it. On my word.
big man, see? Oh, you'll never will be able to walk, no, little baby. There, now play like a nice little baby.
Baby. Wait here, fellas.
Hurry up. Here, put on your hat and coat now. Daddy's waiting. We're going to move today. See?
Come on now, make it snappy. Gotta move to our new house in the city. Come on, come on.
See, you must hurry. We're moving to a nice, big, new home.
Not me. No, I don't want to go to
This is where we're going to live. Yeah. Crazy house. We'll go back home. Home sweet home.
dog and his talking dog.
Ah, the big city with its ambitious, success-seeking multitudes. And then there are these.
Oh, wake up, Mr. Fogg. It's your turn to make coffee.
Coffee? Nothing like a cup of coffee. Hey, how come it's always my turn?
Because, Mr. Fogg, I made it last week and the week before.
It's not that I don't trust him. Shoo! Shoo! But I better start keeping track. Oh, why does my friend the dog sleep when I am working so hard? Mr. Dog, breakfast.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Fogg. My, that does smell palate-provoking. No cream?
Boy, that dog is getting fussy. Quiet. Here's an interesting article about all them jewel robberies.
And here's an interesting article here in the Classified. It's all about employment. And if you would just...
Give me that trash. Who ever heard of a dog reading? Want to corrupt your mind? Now don't hound me and listen to this. It's our horoscope. Quote, your fortune is good today. Nothing can go wrong. Keep alert and many good things will be yours. Relax and enjoy them. This is your lucky day. Well, old friend, I'll just lock up the house and we'll be on our way.
On our way where?
Dog, you worry too much. Yes, sir, this is our lucky day. Keep alert.
And many good things will be yours, unquote.
Maybe they don't read the paper.
What's that?
There now. We'll make a clean start to a day of good fortune.
Hey, policeman!
Yeah, but our horoscope said everything was going to be relaxing.
Ouch! Police!
In Boston, 1775, just 1 year before the American Revolution, outraged American colonials were openly opposing unjust tax laws, and the presence of British soldiers in the Navy brought about vigorous attempts to overthrow British rule. The cry was, no taxation without representation, in angry defiance to a parliament far away across the sea in Britain, defiance which was to flare into violence and revolution. Artemus Ward recently had been made general of the new colonial army, which had been secretly formed to defend American rights. It was on this day in June that he learned the British had decided on a military occupation of all the towns around Boston. This was bad, as Cambridge would be occupied, which was the headquarters of the new American Provincial Congress. A committee of safety for the colony met and quickly decided that it appears of importance to the safety of this colony that possession of the hill called Bunker's Hill in Charleston be securely kept and defended. General Ward immediately ordered Colonel Prescott and the American militia to defend Bunker Hill,
which lay directly between Boston and Cambridge. On June 10th, he had assembled his volunteer army of 900 men on Cambridge Common. At dark, they marched off to Bunker Hill. When they reached the narrow neck of land across to Charleston, Prescott decided to defend not Bunker Hill, but Breed's Hill close by, lower down, and much more difficult to defend, which meant building a new fort by daylight, site of the British fleet. However, they worked fast, and by dawn the next day, they had finished digging. But they had been seen, and the British man-of-war Lively opened fire on the fort. The cannon fire roused Boston, and Generals Gage, Howe, and Burgoyne met over breakfast to decide what to do. All the British fleet now opened fire on Breed's Hill, and many felt it was time to leave. Colonel Prescott sent out units to defend the hill down to the shores of the Mystic. By 6 o'clock, General Gage had decided to send out his grenadiers to remove the provincials from Breed's Hill. Colonel Prescott further reinforced his defenses, protecting his right flanks. Orders came from General Gage. The British grenadiers, 1,550 strong, lined up on the Boston docks, waiting to be ferried across the Charles River. Artillery was added to the fort by Captain Gridley. Colonel Prescott sent Major Brooks to Cambridge to ask for more men, and General Ward in Cambridge ordered out another volunteer regiment. During the morning, the British troops were ferried across, and by noon, all were ashore at Morton's Point. Prescott continued to build his defense down to the Mystic, and more artillery was added to the rail fence line. Back in the busy fort, Dr. Warren of the Safety Committee in Cambridge had arrived. Also, veteran soldier Israel Putnam and old General Pomeroy, all champions of the cause of American liberty. General Howe at Morton's Point, meantime, ordered Charleston to be set afire to discourage American snipers. When all the men were ashore, he ordered the drums to beat call to arms. By 3 o'clock, the troops stood before him on the slopes of Breed's Hill, where he addressed them and said, "I will not ask you to go a step further than I go myself at your head." His plan was to attack the fort from the rear, then to charge the fort up Breed's Hill. The light artillery would lead the way to break the defenses. However, they were given the wrong-sized cannonballs and could not fire their guns. Up in the fort, preparations for the battle ahead were going on. This was the decisive moment the Americans had been waiting for so long, and they now had to prove their independence. As the disciplined redcoats started their slow march up Breed's Hill, Colonel Prescott warned his men to hold their fire until they were close enough to see the whites of their eyes. The first British attack was made by the Welsh Fusiliers along the banks of the Mystic, up to Captain Stark's position behind the barricade. The Colonial Volunteers fired a massed volley from close range, killing many British soldiers. The survivors fled. The first plan had failed. Now the frontal assault led by General Howe reached the rail fence when the full blast of close fire dropped many redcoats. The rest retreated out of range. On the left side of the hill, American snipers continued firing from the burning buildings. The men remaining in the fort had been on duty 24 hours and were now very tired, and there were no reinforcements. General Howe reformed his troops and attacked again. "50, 40, 30 yards. Fire!" The British troops suffered heavy casualties again, wavered, broke, and fled downhill. Although he had now lost half his troops, wounded or killed, General Howe refused to admit defeat and called up his reserves. The Americans in the fort, who had thought they had won, hurriedly reloaded and prepared for yet another attack by the Redcoats. Low on powder and shot, they were now few in number and exhausted. General Howe ordered his men to leave their heavy packs and to attack in open ranks in light order. Now they were over the rail fence into the fort. It was hand-to-hand combat. Stones, rocks, anything against swords and shot, man to man. Colonel Prescott knew it was time to retreat. Dr. Warren died among the many American casualties, but the retreat was orderly. The British General Burgoyne described the American retreat as no flight. It was covered with bravery and skill. The British at nightfall had taken Breed's Hill, but with terrible casualties. 226 dead, 828 wounded. The Americans, 140 killed, 271 wounded, 30 captured. The issues between the British and Americans were now clearly defined. Things could never be the same again between the two countries. General Gage wrote to London, "The loss we have sustained is greater than we can bear." Colonel Prescott's stand became a symbol of American determination to go alone, which would unite the 9 colonies in a single protest. Breed's Hill Fort was to become a pattern for every hill around Boston, a defeat that turned into a victory, and known forever as the Battle of Bunker Hill.